Hey guys. Red card. What, did I commit a party foul? Oh, hi. I'll be adjusting in my seat a lot today. It. Thanks, hey, Kaviri, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Pretty sure I know all of you, but just in case I don't, welcome in anyway. Thanks for the resub, Nero. Thanks for the glizzy sacrifice, Monkey Man. The lower half of my face is cut off. That's weird. Looks fine on my end. Nope. Are you sure you're not scrolled? I'm looking at it on my stream preview and it looks fine to me. Oh, you're skulking today. You had to reload. That's funny. You're skulking today. I thought it said sulking there for a second. I'm like, why are you sulking? Gonna turn the music down a little bit. Of course. No sulk when I skulk. Hold up. Tax emergency. What's your beverage this evening? Kentucky Bourbon Barrel Ale. Let's see. I am glad someone found that. Thanks for the resub applause. I am glad you found Sploosh. There's no cooldown on Sploosh, by the way. You didn't hear the sploosh. I heard the sploosh. We heard the sploosh, right? I definitely heard the sploosh. Plink. Hold on. Oh, you didn't hear nothing? Okay, hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up. I can do things about this. Activity feed. Reward. Let's see. Reject! Reject! There you go. Let you get your, Well, of course I believe him. He was the second person to report. That predates Cotton. Maybe, like, actually predates Cotton, so she can try. Let's see. Tell me when fixed so I can sploosh. It should have worked. Like, I heard it. That means y'all should have heard it. Because that's a Twitch thing. It's not. Oh, okay. I think I know what happened, but first things first, let me get lurk bait running. Because despite having a stream that I normally don't have Wednesday, and having my normal stream last week, my vacation be vacationing, and it feels like it's been a month since I've seen you guys. Let's see. And I don't remember how to do nothing. Let's see. Oh, the alert's supposed to be there. Yeah. Boop. You're supposed to be over here anyway. The alert is in... Oops. I hit the wrong button! Okay. So why did y'all not get sound from the Plink alert? Did I turn it off? It doesn't have a sound source here. You enjoyed that? Alright, we're gonna do it live, okay? I'm gonna... Oh, nope. You'll hear Spotify twice if I do that. Let me do that, and then that, and then I'm gonna send a test alert. Boop. Boop. Add alerts. Do. I am definitely hearing sploosh. Hold on, let me send it again and then unmute. Okay, you heard that. Is everybody hearing that fine? Heard that one. Have you been hearing the seagulls, by the way? When I do the seagull transition, have y'all been hearing that? Yee. Okay. That's weird. Alright. I'm gonna try something else. And then I'm gonna do another test sploosh. Do not redeem... Sir, do not redeem the sploosh at the moment. I've got to try something out. Did y'all hear that one? You know when you say something without thinking and you get a look from your significant other? Actually, no. Oh, you didn't hear that one. That's weird. What? OBS has been absolutely crazy today. Don't update OBS if you're sitting on one. So... You heard that one. Okay. So apparently... Thanks, Sylph. Thanks, Sylph. That's great. So the difference between those two is that I have desktop audio turned on. And when I turn desktop audio off, y'all can't hear... Y'all can't hear the Twitch alert. Which makes no goddamn sense. It's not being routed through... It shouldn't be routed that way at all. Properties... Oh, I can hit control audio via OBS. Doing it live? Okay. Now it's on its own. Now it's got its own volume bar. So I should be able to mute desktop audio and send that again. I promise I know how to stream. I don't know how to stream at all. Did y'all hear those? Oh, you heard that! Because I didn't! I've turned monitoring on for that one so that I hear them again. But that's crazy. Alright, well, as long as I can have desktop audio off and y'all can hear the alerts, I don't really care if I hear them. I would prefer to hear them, but this is fine. This is fine. We're doing okay. Oh man, I have left this fucking planet this week. Holy shit, y'all. I have been doing nothing but having fun. Well, except for the lawnmower thing, but honestly, I haven't let that get in the way of much. Oh, I am so ready to go back to work. That's how you know you've had some real time on. Too busy with boat girls? Not really, but also yes. I've been taking care of most of the meals. That's been keeping me busy. Been doing yard work. I did go to Beach Island, and I'm probably going back tomorrow. That's the plan anyway, is to go back tomorrow. I have some exciting thing coming up, possibly Wednesday next week, but it's not firm enough that I get to tell y'all about it. But watch out for Wednesday. And watch out for announcements. Oh yeah, that reminds me. My wife has gotten my kids addicted to the card shop simulator. She had them play it with like library sharing, like the family thing on Steam. And now they're hooked. It's like, you join the oh wait, we don't have one. No, we don't. You know my opinion on Discords. Yes, install the stink shield. I'm almost done with my first beer. I need to slow that down. Or do I? I love how it tells me who all the raiders were, even though, like, some of you are founders. Get the kids to play Dota. You know, the oldest is about that age. The oldest is about that age. Oh my god. Oh no. That actually kind of sounds like an idea. Can you be as notable as your old man was in his day? Doubt it. Doubt it. Like, I want you to take all that aggression you have for your siblings and put it on the map. Leave it on the Dota field or whatever you call it. But I won't be impressed unless you're doing something really strange. Like, you can't just win, you've got to be an asshole. Like that Wolf Glick guy in Pokemon. It's not enough to win. You have to make your opponent regret playing. Winning is temporary. Making them rethink what games they play, that's forever. True. I love the Wolfie VGC videos as well. See, on that note, no new USCSB videos. That's tragic. I did see Grinding Gear playing Final Fantasy VI last week. And that was pain, man. That was pain. That was absolute pain. It was a mix of stuff that, like, I shouldn't be mad about because I also didn't see it on my first playthrough. And also, you really shouldn't have trouble with that mechanic because 12-year-old me did not have trouble with that mechanic. And just weird decision-making in general. Just... They kept giving Terra Runic blade with two-hand, but also made her responsible for healing, and just didn't seem to understand that every single swing of the sword was costing them 20 MP, which at that stage of the game is just like, that's all your MP. You get to swing maybe 3 or 4 times and it's gone. And they just would not use Cure. They just wouldn't use it. It was weird. They would just waste all their money on potions instead of hitting the Cure button. And I wanted to strangle a baby. But also there was that mix of, like, they were really enjoying the game and it was their first time, and there was some vicarious enjoyment through that, I'm not gonna lie. And it's like, yeah, of course this game is good. You thought 5 was good? Fuck you. But also there were some things about the Pixel remaster that were changing their experience in ways that I disliked immensely. First of all, the Woolsey translation was not the default translation, and I don't think you can switch them. So that was already an issue. Which is funny because they use the Woolsey translation when they feel like it. Like, they'll use bits and pieces of it. But for some reason, Son of a Submariner is not kosher. In more important, like, storyline stuff, they censored, like, Celeste getting beaten in her cell, and that's an important plot point. Or character development, however you want to categorize that. Like, it's important from the standpoint that, it establishes what happens to people who don't follow orders. Like, it's not just you get fired or anything, like, you get put in a cell and tortured and beaten. And then executed. Like, they were showing what happened to Empire dissidents. Beating women. So not 2026. I mean, it might be. Oh, Lirio's here. I get to tell Lirio a thing. So I almost did not get Facecam set up in time for stream because I'm lazy, and I had taken it with me to Beach Island. And I had my ND filter on. And it was so bright out there that even with the ND filter on, I was shooting F8, ISO 160, and the camera was like, welp, at those settings, I want to be at about 4,000 frames a second. I'm like, oh, it's bright out here. I could not read my LCD. I could not read my electronic viewfinder. I had to, most of those shots were taken on, I hope autofocus is working. But I got my new bumper, so that's cool. But, like, for those of you in chat, that was 4,000. Yeah, what the fuck? So, like, through this filter is how dark it makes my camera, and it was still wanting to shoot 4,000 frames a second. Yeah, that do be bright as fuck outside. Actually, let's see if I can't change this to F8. Because this is F4, which is not twice the light. It's like 16 times the light. But let's see if I can't get this to F8. Alright, that's F8. And then this is the ND filter. And that's what the beach was like. Except you could see, and it was 4,000 frames a second. And with all that going on, it looked like this. So, yeah. Actually, let me see if I can't pull one of those up. I'm gonna pull one of those up just so y'all can see what I was seeing. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh. Well, I guess my seagull can be on for this. I'm having a hard time driving in the day lately because the sun is too damn bright. Go back to bed. Yeah, it do be that time of year. Let me... Let me get to that folder real quick. So this is an example of the pictures I was getting at those settings. That's F8 with the ND filter on. Actually, I think this one was F9.1, come to think of it. So another half stop down at 4,000 frames a second. That and your eyes won't stop tearing up because of allergy. Yeah, it's definitely pollen season. And I hit that because I wanted to. But yeah, that's that's what it was like that day. It's gonna be just as bright tomorrow. Also, screw getting to the beach early in the morning. Like, I know you're supposed to, but holy shit. That was such a pain in the butt. I don't know how I'm going to get all my kids up, awake, get all the snacks purchased. I made a mistake, chat. I purchased the snacks for tomorrow yesterday, and they are all gone. They are all gone. From now on, I'm buying those on the way there. That's just how it's gotta be. Just how it's gotta be. Let's see. Oop. Oh, that's not important. Hold on, let me check on direct report real quick. That was the person with the tax emergency. Yeah, I know, I'm live. Blah blah blah. Oh well. Oh well. Let's see. All right, how about we actually get to some stream content? Kaviri gave me something earlier that I want to go through. It won't take long to go through it. But it's kind of a thing. Oh, now I've got to refind it. I am doing so well today. I am doing very well today, guys. Let's see. In that Discord, we don't have from Kaviri as link. Okay. Uh-huh. Not, oh. I think I got it. All right, we'll want to make that big enough to actually look at. Oh, wait, that's not it. That wasn't it! Just keep going. Boo, boo. Here we go. We'll just put that up there. Copy image. Okay. Jump. Open. That works. That works. We can work with that. Okay. Do. Sorry, chat. Like I said, my brain is firmly in vacation mode. It's like I didn't stream for the last 3 weeks. It is crazy, crazy how effective that is. Fade. We're gonna. Okay. How about I change this back to the camera? There we go. Is that getting any bigger for y'all? No, it's not. Of course it isn't. 3. Whatever. So basically what this says is this is from Twitch for the next TwitchCon to make it safer. So my first problem with this is, like, they keep saying they're going to make TwitchCon safer and they keep not doing it, and it keeps being unsafe in ways that are not acceptable. So that kind of colors this in a negative light here, because the only way this could possibly be positive is if they decided to wake up and stop lying this time. So that being said, they're saying to create better experiences for both creators and fans moving forward, every meet and greet will require reservation and walk-ups won't be allowed. This includes guests or plus ones accompanying an attendee. This change will allow us to manage capacity and help create more controlled environment for creators and participants alike. The problem with that is the crowd control from the footage I saw from last year. The crowd control problems did not start at the meet and greet lines. People get assaulted and everyone start bitching about security. Yeah. It wasn't just that she got, I know you're joking, but it wasn't just that she got assaulted, it was how. But the problem is the security at the door was not adequate. Like, imagine if last year one of these, like, teen takeovers showed up. They had a ticket taker at every line, and those ticket takers were backed up by maybe one security person of small stature for, like, all 8 lines. Like, your problem with the meet and greets did not start at the meet and greet lines. It started at a check-in. And we'll see if they even address that here. I doubt they do, because they don't seem to understand that the person taking the ticket is not security personnel. They're taking tickets. The second they start being security personnel, they won't have the bandwidth to take tickets and vice versa, and they can't be both at once. I don't know if I'm just a weirdo, but I can't think of any reason I would want to go to TwitchCon. Yeah, the security problems. First of all, I would have to go to California. That's not big on my bucket list. Second, I would have to go to one of the bigger cities in California, and that's really not on my bucket list. And third, I just don't do TwitchCon. There's nothing there for me, and most of the people that attend TwitchCon that I would be interested in seeing attend virtually, which is the same exact it's the same exact damn thing as watching them on stream, in my opinion. I know other people disagree with me on that, but they're wrong. Beyond reservations, we're working the we oh man, maybe I need a second beer. We're reworking. I'm not sure why you would put those two next to each other. The physical layout and flow of meet and greets. You could have said the entire con, and that would have been good. But no, you think the problem is the meet and greets because that's what got you bad press last time. That's not where your security issues were contained last year. You had inadequate staff, you had inadequate plans, you did not have an adequate security program start to finish. Because, like, after the assault happened, the dude was just allowed to walk out of the entire venue unchallenged. Like, anyway, to make the experience smoother, safer, and more comfortable for everyone. This includes additional dedicated staff on site, better separation between lines and creators, improved crowd management and queue design, and clearer entry and exit paths. We're also strengthening support for participating creators with increased resources, blah, 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 in the lead up to TwitchCon. Like, all this is saying is the meet and greets look bad for us last year, so we're laser focusing on the meet and greets as if we didn't have problems elsewhere. Like, it's like, we don't care about security, we care about how we look. Which is what I expected this to be. In the lead up to TwitchCon and during the event, including backstage and clearer updated escalation channels so help is easy to access whenever it's needed. There shouldn't be an escalation channel. Like, a talent should not have to go through an escalation channel if a security incident happens. That's what the security staff are supposed to do. The security staff are supposed to decide whether or not an incident needs to be escalated. I thought the after parties were the main problem. The problem is the after parties are not... I mean, some of them are, but a lot of the after parties aren't even Twitch events. So that's an issue as well. There are Twitch after parties, but the after parties that had problems were not Twitch after parties. They were third-party after parties. Security is a priority at TwitchCon? No, it's not. I call bullshit. You have given us no reason to think that it is. And we'll continue to invest to ensure every attendee, creator, and staff member feels safe. Well, that ship has sailed, son. The time to do that was the first TwitchCon. And shit keeps happening, so... nobody's going to feel safe unless they're just absolutely gullible. Which is who this is written for. This is written for gullible people. In 2026, we're building on this foundation. You don't have a foundation. We're building on this foundation with targeted updates. You do not have a foundation. You do not have a security foundation. Like, provably. Just do what Florida did to spring break and ban alcohol. I mean, I don't think that would have solved last year, but yeah, kinda. Kinda. Panama City's a lot safer. I'll say that. Or PCB. They got rid of exactly the crowd they intended to get rid of. Now, not... oh, you say it's what Florida did, but it's really what Panama City Beach and similar venues did. You can definitely have alcohol at a lot of at a lot of spring break locations. That's why they've migrated in large part to Miami and even Deltona. Deltona had some because they haven't taken those measures yet, and I doubt Miami ever will, because Miami is like spring break every day at Miami Beach. But yeah, they're at Deltona and that area. Good, keep all that shit in Miami. That place sucks anyway. Yeah, basically. Basically. We're building on this, but like, that used to be Panama City Beach. Back when you could show people in swimsuits on television, MTV always went to PCB, and so did E. Anyway, in 2026, yeah, we've increased our overall investment in TwitchCon security. I would hope so. How much? Why is there not a number there? Why is there not a number there? Man, I haven't done PCB in forever. That is such a wild statement to me, just because of who I am. Woo, all those GGW commercials. Yeah, basically. They had the truck at They had the truck for GGW in our area a couple of times. Let's see. We've increased our overall investment in TwitchCon security. Yay. I need a number for that because 2 times 0 is 0, guy. I want to know what your budget is. Yeah, we increased our security. Wink! Clearer escalation plans. You've said that already. And stronger coordination across all on-site teams. I didn't see on-site team. Like, this is relative. So this is like relative to nothing. The bar is in hell. It's not harder. It's not too difficult for you to have stronger coordination across all on-site teams. If the previous bar was you had one on-site team and they didn't talk to each other or respond to anything. Like, that's the bar you're trying to clear. So I need better than this. These improvements mean we can intervene sooner and more effectively in any situation that requires attention. The problem with that is, like, you refuse to intervene. It wasn't just that your response was slow, it's that when you talk to security staff, when Emiru talked to security staff, they obstructed. So... Oh yeah, that's just the... Anyway. That was worth about what I thought it was. Which is... not much. So yeah, empty words from Twitch. They didn't even have some fun stuff there. I would have liked to have seen what the actual numerical investment is. I would have expected close to 7 figures for an event the size of TwitchCon. Like, just no joke. To do all of the stuff they said they were adding and promised to do competently, I would expect to see 7 figures. Well, maybe not 7 figures. I'm treating everything like FTE. But they will only be working for like 3 or 4 days, so... I don't know, man. 7 figures is cutting hard into their bottom line. Yeah, I have to reconfigure that because, like... I was using FTE and not they will be there for 3 days. But I'm easily $500,000 for everything they say they're doing. So that tells me they're not doing it. Because you're right, like, when does Twitch actually spend that much money on overhead? I mean, that's why security's been so shit before, right? If they spend that much, how else is John Twitch gonna pay his e-girls? You know that's not coming out of his personal purse, too. That's what I love about your statement, is it's obviously not coming out of his personal funds for that stuff. So, LinkedIn is in some trouble. You know, speaking of the e-girls, let's get down to LinkedIn. Okay. Alright, so my first problem with this is LinkedIn caught spying, and then down here, LinkedIn may have been spying on you. Well, which one is it? An investigation by Fairlinked, a group representing commercial LinkedIn users, reveals that the popular business-focused social platform has been secretly collecting sensitive user data, potentially affected 405 million people. Well, first of all, isn't LinkedIn a Zuckerberg product? Like, what the fuck did you expect? Like, yeah, there's a difference between knowing it and then, like, actually getting caught doing it, but, like, LinkedIn's a Zuckerberg product now, is it not? What were we expecting, honestly? I should have put these in Brave. Jesus Christ. All data extraction occurs silently in the background. Let's see. Thousands of specific extensions using their unique identifiers, compiles, finding, encrypts, send it. Okay. It's browser. That's just browser fingerprinting so far. According to the report, LinkedIn shares this data with third-party companies like, that's a cute hyphen. That's a cute hyphen. Let's just call it Israeli. That's what it is. It's not American Israeli. It's just Israeli. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to misspell our greatest ally. My bad. All data extraction occurs silently in the background. Yeah, we know that. That is stirring privacy controversy amongst who? People who didn't know? Because that's the only people who would find that controversial. Because LinkedIn accounts, or is it controversial because of this part? I don't like when articles beat around the bush. This is not, everyone knew this was happening. I think this is what you're upset about, article author. I think you're upset about this bit, frankly. That is stirring private because LinkedIn accounts reveal real identities, including users' names, employers, and jobs. Well, yeah, you're on LinkedIn. You're already doing that in public. That's the whole point of the platform. That's why I don't show my LinkedIn on stream. Hello? Hello? Like, I could see if this was a problem if, like, Facebook was automatically using your real name and so forth. It would be real bad if Discord were doing the same thing, but this is fucking LinkedIn, where you're publicly posting your name, where you currently work, what your position is, what your hours are, where you want to be working next, projects you've worked on. Like, on LinkedIn, this is not private data. Yeah, your resume. This isn't private data on LinkedIn. Not unless you're being an absolute tosser and using it wrong. Sharing this data is the point of LinkedIn. Give me a fucking break. Like, I like privacy issues, and I'm a big privacy person. But this is stupid. Anyway, the claims were published as part of the group's Can we stop naming everything Gate, please? The investigator group calls it one of the largest corporate espionage data breach scandals in digital history. No, stealing the F-35 was one of the largest corporate espionage data breach scandals in digital history. What data is being harvested when you use LinkedIn? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's Microsoft's. Okay. Right, not Zuck. Just kind of worse. I should have known that was Microsoft. But, yeah. It doesn't change anything I said. According to a report, Microsoft injects malicious JavaScript into the... Malicious? Really? Okay, as a security person, I have an issue with this. It malicious script comes from outside actors. When it's the person who wrote the program putting it in there on purpose because the corporation told him to, because that's what they want. That's just the program working as intended. That is not malicious JavaScript. That is a feature. What the fuck browser extensions are people using that can identify you as a practicing Muslim? The extension that you didn't put on your browser because you put that directly in your LinkedIn by yourself on purpose. That's the one. That's the extension. The extension is the part where you put that as part of your LinkedIn profile. Because there's definitely no advantage to putting that in your LinkedIn profile for the hiring process. So it's just a decoration, really. Kludgy. Into the LinkedIn website and searches each user's browser for installed software applications. Uh-huh. That's called browser fingerprinting. Basically, every platform does this. In total, there were over 6,000 extensions that LinkedIn scanned for. I wonder what other website scans for extensions. Maybe YouTube? Maybe YouTube, where it keeps, like, trying to disable ad blocking and stuff because it's constantly, scanning your extensions? Or maybe they're also scanning your extensions in your browser because the people who own YouTube also own your browser. And if you're dumb enough to be using Edge, so does Microsoft. So... yeah. LinkedIn scans for extensions that identify practicing Muslims. What? Extensions that reveal political orientation. Chat, I'm going to, okay, you were reading ahead. That's why that jumped out. I'm going to decode this for you. LinkedIn, on the behalf of a glowy organization and an American-Israeli corporation, are scanning for people who have extensions often used by literal actual terrorists. I'm pretty sure whoever this author is, I'm pretty sure they have a Palestine flag on their car. Like, however you feel about Palestine, there's a difference between, like, somebody who thinks Palestine should be sovereign and somebody who puts Palestine flags all over their personal materials. Legit, those sound like extensions that turn out to be scams. Yeah. Yeah. Extensions that reveal political orientation. And again, as Omni said, you gotta figure out, why would an extension reveal that? If I'm running ground news, does that mean that reveals my political orientation? Or does running an extension that helps me organize violent riots reveal my political orientation? Extensions built for neurodivergent users. So JAWS? Like, name the extensions, bro. Yeah. I get those. Those are... at least this one's a little more clear. But this reads to me as extensions that literal terrorists use. And I don't know what this means. That also sounds pretty suspect. So, like, tell me which extensions they are. Maybe this one is the Bad Dragon Cart Helper. Maybe that reveals your political orientation. I mean, it would probably be a pretty accurate proxy, I'm not gonna lie. but it would be less accurate than LinkedIn would want, or Microsoft would want, or our greatest ally. Let's see. Like, I'm not exactly a fan of our greatest ally, but this is bullshit. I've been in too many glowy meetings to not know what this actually means. Under the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, processing such categories of data typically requires... Alright, this is starting to sound like an activist article. Because, like, if it was actually scanning for extensions that identify this, this would be true. But that's not what this is, and that's not what this means. You are absolutely allowed to scan for things associated with naughty stuff. You 100% are. It's not protected by GDPR, and I'd like to see them try, to be honest. In total, the scan is said to cover more than 200 competing products, including tools such as Apollo, don't even know what that is, Lucia, and ZoomInfo. I don't know what Lucia is either. Also reported to detect a wide range of competing software tools. LinkedIn does not compete with Salesforce, and detecting the plugin wouldn't matter anyway. HubSpot, Pipedrive, potentially allowing it to map which... Yeah, every platform does this. This isn't news. Or it shouldn't be. According to the report, harvested LinkedIn data is shared with Human Security, formerly White Ops, a cybersecurity firm founded in Brooklyn, New York in 2012. Oh boy. The company operates across two main areas, media security and enterprise security, focusing on detecting and preventing fraud, abuse, and unauthorized activity in digital environments. Yeah, or HubSpot. Bro, you knew it was an activist article when it said caught spying immediately, followed by maybe spying, and the first thing they point out is that it could identify Muslims. Yeah, I know. I know. I actually caught it before that, which was, the American Israeli. The American-Israeli. In 2022, the company merged with Israeli company Perimeter X, founded by ex-officers of Unit 8200, a cyber warfare division within the Israeli Defense Forces. Yeah, IDF owns a lot. IDF owns a concerning amount of companies like that. But you could have led with this, because this is actually what this author doesn't like, is this part right here. That's why this author's upset. You can tell they're upset too. The company boasts around 100 million in annual revenue. That's really low, actually. That's peanuts in this game. Like, I don't know what you're trying to get at. I don't know where you write from, but this is not a lot of money to have as annual revenue for a company doing what you're implying that they're doing. LinkedIn firmly rejected the claims as inaccurate on Hacker News. That's rare. Usually, companies like LinkedIn invoke silence. It's rare that this happens. I wonder if any of your framing has anything to do with that. According to the company, the individual behind the accusations had their account restricted due to scraping activities and other violations of LinkedIn terms of service. So it was the IDF. The company emphasized that its actions are rooted in safeguarding user privacy, maintaining data, blah, blah, blah. These are buzzwords for their cyber insurer. According to LinkedIn, some extensions include static resources such as images and JavaScript that can be injected into the platform's web pages. They can detect the presence of these extensions by checking if that static resource URL exists. This detection is visible inside the Chrome Developer Console. Yeah, that's how everybody does this. So which was it, LinkedIn? Rogue actor or business as usual? We use this data to determine which extensions violate our terms. I'd laugh at that, but like so does fucking Google, so whatever. To inform and improve our technical defenses. To defeat ad blockers. That's what this is. To defeat ad blockers. God, every fucking person in this article, there is not a single person or entity represented in this article that isn't just piling on the bullshit. Everyone in here is lying. Literally all of them. We use this data to... Okay, yeah. LinkedIn stated that after the account restriction was imposed, the website owner pursued legal action in Germany. Okay. Which website owner? You didn't specify which... Like, LinkedIn? Which website, specifically? Alright. For you, journalists out there. Where? When? Who? What? Why? Okay? You gotta have all 5 of those. If websites would vet their ads, we wouldn't have to use it. Yeah! Right? On that note, I'm gonna start this round of ads. I'm gonna put y'all on some sort of BRB screen. Like this one. I'm gonna turn my mic off and turn the music up. Grab another beer. And, gonna try to forget that I've had to read this article. See y'all in a bit. Hey guys, what up? I need to put a wipe effect on that, but I'm liking it. Did it say at the beginning who reported the issue? They might be referring back to that. It said like some sort of security team did. I didn't see anything about a specific website. It listed some of the plugins that it affected, but I didn't see any plugins that did what they claimed it did, and I didn't see about... It's not clear what they're referring to, that's for sure. I should have got the milk stout. This is a little weaker than I'm accustomed to Kentucky Bourbon Barrel being. I mean, weaker in flavor. It's still 8.2, but like... I don't know. I also wouldn't mind YouTube ads if they quit pushing those hour-long paid programming ads. Hour-long paid programming ads? Or freaking two... I haven't run into those. What the fuck? First of all, just the 2-minute ones are egregious. Alright? If you get like a 3-minute Twitch ad break, like I just ran, that's going to be at least 5 ads. Or 6 ads. But like a single YouTube ad can be like 5 minutes long if you let it roll. That's just what the American-Israeli company wants you to think. Yeah? LinkedIn stated that after the website pursued legal action. The court rejected these claims, concluding they lacked merit, and found that the individual's data practices were not compliant with legal standards. What the fuck did they leak on? We're not getting the whole story here. What the fuck did they leak on LinkedIn? Hour-long YouTube ads. Do you think YouTube would ask you if you're still watching until the ad, you know, in the middle of the ad? Because I can't watch any music on YouTube for an hour without it asking me that. We all know the answer to this. We all know the answer to that one. Man, whoever made this playlist really likes to hear country singers say the word ass. Like, the last 2 or 3 songs have been nothing but that. The playlist started out real good. Let's see. Unfortunately, this is a case of an individual who lost in the court of law, but is seeking to relitigate in the court of public opinion without regard for accuracy. That kinda sounds like what is actually happening. Germany's not known for siding with Microsoft. That sure was an article. Remember that the next time anybody says I pre-watch shit. Jesus Christ. I mean, no one watches TV anymore, so those paid programming shows had to go somewhere, I guess. But they are literally on YouTube, like as primary content. Also, I tried watching TV the other day, because I'm a dinosaur. And, like, it's 5 minutes of ads every 5 minutes. I'm sure that's where YouTube also wants to be, but holy fuck, I forgot how bad it was. Let's see. Oh man, I don't care that I'm answering that text on stream. That's just that's tax season. Jesus Christ. We're gonna get to this later. I have some personal experience with this, though not in the UK. UK teachers say kids can't spell, write, or think straight, all thanks to AI. Our teachers said this about us because we had calculators and computers. Our teachers said that about us because we had access to Windows 95. And TI calculators with graphing functionality. That was just cheating. We didn't respect having to do it the old way. I didn't have graphing calculators when I went through college, said my teacher. I like that you could play games on those calculators. You won't always have a calculator in your pocket. That's right, Garrus. I remember hearing that too. Pretty sure I'm going to have a calculator within reach. Anytime I have to do calculus or trig for anything important. And also, I have way more than a calculator in my pocket. Now I also have a video recorder that can catch you saying embarrassing shit to repost in 20 years. A lot of teachers have been getting in trouble because they keep forgetting that all of those phones are microphones. Yeah, stares at my smartphone. That's a really weird way to avoid using the number. Can we appreciate slash not appreciate this sentence for a little bit? 2/3 of more than 9,000 British school teachers. So 6,000. Maybe it's the person writing the article that needs help. I like how they say that, like, people who use them professionally don't also use calculators. Yeah. But you won't always have... Like, these people are preppers. Like, when they're in their math classrooms, they're preppers. Now, I won't say they don't have a point, but I was definitely hearing this line when I was in school about all of the tech that we had access to. Maybe they had a word count to hit, maybe. Like, you don't have engineers and shit just doing it in their head and not check their shit. Yeah, like, how long have we been exclusively working in CAD? Like, machinists hardly machine anymore. The CNC mill is doing it for them. Practically. CNC milling is like... Imagine having a CNC in machine shop. That would have been wild. Students are losing core skills. You mean like cursive? Because that was a core skill when I was going to school. And now I don't sign documents. I e-sign documents. Oops. A CNC machine without the C. Consensual non-consent machines. Those exist. Now, social media has had a huge negative effect of people's ability to think critically. Yeah, I think the bigger problem is social media. 100%. 100% I think social media is a problem. Because they're all captured. All the major social media platforms were captured, and they are designed to make you think a very specific way. I had to write so many essays in cursive. Shit was dumb. Yeah, me too, Omni. Me too. I didn't think it was dumb at the time, though, because, like, I was doing that at a time where there was really no foreseeable future where that wouldn't be relevant. Now, like, yes, we had word processors, but they looked a whole lot different. They looked a whole lot different. Green text on a black screen on an Apple IIe did not look like something that was going to replace cursive essays. Yeah, it's all mob mentality, I agree. Yeah, like, as I left high school, we got more access to the word processors you would recognize today. But I don't think we had a Microsoft word processor until like 11th grade, and before that it was Corel, and before that I forget what the name of the program was on the Apple IIe. It was just Write or something like that. It worked a lot like Vim. It worked a lot like that. It really did. I'm not that old. Tech just moves real quick. That's why I keep saying, like, I'm internet old, because it's completely different from reality. He did everything in Vim. Yeah, kinda. I made a video game in BASIC. Not Visual Basic, but like BASIC. That took forever just to get a few frames of animation to, like, happen. I did see a video recently on LinkedIn about how to spot stuff written by AI, and it was all... Okay. As somebody who is in the trenches on how to spot AI, that information is not reliable. Because the AI is always changing. You'll just get a gut feeling about it, and you have to trust that. Is basically the long and short of it. But most people do not have strong enough gut feelings that that's workable at scale. And AI-based AI detectors are dubious detection rates at best. On a good day, they have dubious detection rates. It is a real problem. There is a very easy solution. There is actually an easy button. There is an easy button for this. But the easy button requires deindustrializing, or rather removing the industrial scale of higher education. And we're just not going to do that. Like, I know exactly how to solve the AI issue, but nobody likes that answer. Yo, our boss has straight up said to write our professional goals using ChatGPT. Yeah, and that's fine. That specific use case, I don't really care about. ChatGPT and other LLMs are also really good at summarizing information. They're very good at that. But they're really bad at generating information, and then they fundamentally cannot be creative. That's the big one you have to remember. They fundamentally cannot be creative. They're also in a loop where they're ingesting each other's output as input training data. And that chicken's gonna come home to roost real soon. I was in a webinar with an AI expert, and near as I could tell, they were actually an expert. And I asked them a question. I said, The AI automation for SOCs. How many FTEs does that free up? Or put another way, how many FTEs does it take to monitor, like, what's the ratio? Can 1 FTE monitor 8 FTE of work that AI is doing? Or is it closer to 1 to 1? And they couldn't answer that question. They couldn't even give me a ballpark. There is no measurable... Nobody was willing to say how much work the AI was saving. I'll put it that way. Nobody was willing to say the AI saves you this much manpower. They just weren't willing to say it. First thing I asked. Literally use it at work to feed in an email and say, hey, DSC, make me not sound like a technical asshole. I have used it for tone policing. I have absolutely used AI for tone policing. I kind of need it. Kiris knows that I need it. I don't use it often because, like, sometimes I do need to come across strong because of the position that I'm in. Like, I chose a position suited to me. I chose a career suited to my, Oh, hey, Noodle, what's up? I wanted to ask you something, Noodle. I do love key lime pie. I recently had that, though. Noodle, would you be down if I were to start playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? Because I've never played it. If I started playing PMD, would you be available? I thought you might say that. Is this an innuendo with the key lime pie? Because honestly, if I had pie that tastes like key lime pie, I might never come up for air. Down for what part? Doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's see. I have not gotten very far through this article because my BS detectors are in hyperdrive because I've been on vacation. Thinking, creativity, writing, even how to have a conversation. Well, that's important because you locked the fucking kids inside for 2 years straight, you goddamn asshole. Now they need to have to ask the computer how to have a conversation. That's not an AI problem, that's a you locked them the fuck up and put them under house arrest for 2 fucking years during their formative years. That one's gonna piss me off. God, you know how many early 20-somethings ever went skinny dipping? Not many. Hell, most people don't even live in a place where they could even do that. What am I even saying? One teacher... This is the UK, by the way. So, like, while people where I'm from were not literally locked up in their houses, you have to keep in mind, this is from the UK. And during the worst part of the pandemic, yeah, I did squirrel up in my house for a bit, but I did also go to the beach. It turns out that was actually the best place to be. Guess who figured out that buildings were circulating this shit to, through the HVAC, before the health experts did? He's right here. He's right here. So I went the fuck outside, and I didn't catch COVID till we came back to the office. Over a year later. Dodged all COVID until we came back to the office. And you know who gave it to me? A vaxxie with symptoms. A vaccine that was symptomatic came to work symptomatic because they had the vaccine, and that meant they couldn't have COVID. Yippee! And that's the only time I've had COVID. Have a good rest of stream. Someone got a house struck by lightning. I have been there, man. Don't check their closet if you don't have to. You probably have to. Anyway, good luck. LLMs are fundamentally incapable of this, so if they're using it for that, yeah, you have a problem. Writing, it's not great at, but it's also not awful at it. It's really bad at these two combined. It can't do that. But like technical writing, it can do that okay. LLMs fundamentally cannot think. So I don't know what they mean by this. They can pretend, but they actually cannot think. Working in the clinic, we didn't get to work from home until one of us got COVID. It's Florida, so why not? And the whole department was out of the office for 2 weeks. Yeah, because, like, if you're in the building, you're all cooked. The HVAC is just gonna be like, boop, you all got it. How would the journalists know what can think? Well, this is a quote from a teacher, but I think your point still stands. Another added, AI is destroying what learning... No. If this is happening in your classroom, that is your fault. If that is happening in your classroom, that is your fault. I can tell by this sentence what's not in their classroom. Real consequences. I wonder how much this teacher assigns Fs. I wonder how many students this person actually fails. I wonder how many students this person actually tries to hold back a grade. Jesus, what? Oh, consequence. Yeah. Jesus! Jesus, take the wheel. You know, I remember, on another very related note, I remember how much trouble the prayer at the pole kids got into for bringing religion into the classroom. And then I look at, like, all of the other things that students of other religions are allowed to do in public schools. And I think that's very peculiar. How can public teachers hold kids accountable when they're too busy molesting them? Maybe that's how they hold them accountable, Plaus. Stop noticing! No, I'm a certified noticer. I'm on vacation. I'm allowed to notice when I'm on vacation. From my understanding, a mix of bitchy parents and spineless boards heavily influence the lack of punishments. Absolutely. 100%. 100%, Lirio. It's not entirely down to the teacher. But this phrase is... They're still allowed to put grades on the paper. They're allowed to do that. They're allowed to enter grades into the system. That is one power teachers still have. Timmy, you forgot your pencil again to... I'm not going to say that on John Twitch's flat platform, but I do think it's funny. One thing that I have noticed... You have to understand that when I was a kid, every teacher had their own personal paddle, and all the male teachers' paddles had speed holes, and all of the women's paddles did not. Time for D&D, Lurk. Okay, cool. Enjoy D&D. And thanks for being here. Enjoy your Lurk. all of the male teachers who basically don't exist at this point, but all of the male teachers' paddles had speed holes in them, and none of the female teachers' paddles had speed holes in them. Just an observation. So my dad was a teacher, like degreed and all. For about a week, he came in and actually tried to discipline them, and he got called to the principal, who said, "Stop sending kids to my office. We aren't teaching them shit. We are a daycare so their parents can go to work." I mean, that's accurate. It actually is accurate. So he said fuck it and went to work for the government and now doesn't use his degree. I mean, that's kind of sad that he doesn't use his degree, because, like, he paid good money for that. Like, given your age, the degrees were starting to get expensive at the time he was in school, so that sucks. But yeah, I remember when school lunch became a thing. I remember when that started. He was in college, early 80s. Yeah, that was just as it started to go up. Depending on where he went, he was catching the early part of it going up, or got in ahead of it. But he definitely didn't get the worst of it. It is Alan's fault. You tell him, Jimmy. Learning, problem solving, critical thinking, and collaborative effort. Actually, I'm pretty sure that was COVID. Because my kid does not use AI tools, and he is also lacking in these areas compared to where I was at his age. And I remember fighting with the school system during COVID. I remember exactly how hard it was to figure out what he was even supposed to be learning in the first place. I remember the lack of comms discipline. I remember the teachers being completely unprepared to hold class over a Zoom meeting. I remember how incompetent they were at teleconferencing in general. I remember how bad they were at using LMS systems. Because all the good teachers didn't use that stuff, is the problem. All of the really good teachers used pencil and paper and physical classrooms. So the teachers with the ability to teach the best had the highest tech barriers during COVID. You mean keeping kids from social situations hinders their social skills? Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that the vast majority of teachers phoned it in and were otherwise completely incompetent in telecommuting. Completely incompetent. So, like, all of my kids, the youngest was affected the least because it happened the earliest in ways that benefit him. But all of my kids, to some extent, are affected by the fact that they effectively had 2 years where they didn't go to school. Because they might as well not have. And it has been a struggle getting them caught up. Oh yeah, I knew teachers who were like, well, you can't prove I'm teaching wasted from home. Yeah. I have seen too much cheating recently in exams and homework due to the use of AI. That is also your institution's problem, because we know how to fix that. Class, do we know how to fix that? Does everybody else here know how to fix that? Because I know how to fix that. This is literally part of my job, or it was for a while, was fixing this specific problem. I was on the cutting edge of fixing this problem. We cheated without AI. Yeah, but cheating is a lot easier with it. Cheating's a lot easier with it. I'm not going to pretend it's not. It absolutely is. Just make the test pencil and paper. Congratulations, Noodle got it. Got it in one. You sit their asses down in the classroom and you give them pencils and paper. You know what else tends to catch them, even if they do have unrestricted access to a computer? Essay questions. You know why teachers don't do that? It requires them to spend actual time grading and evaluating their students. Oh no! That's why AI is so effective, by the way. Let me go back to the... because I'm not doing a whole lot of reading of this article, so I'm just going to go to Big Head right now. The reason AI is so effective at cheating is because teachers are evaluating at an industrial least amount of time spent possible scale. They don't even grade themselves. They open up security holes by having their graduate assistants grade the tests. And then the graduate assistants are on the take. That predates AI. That's been a problem. Is that, like, these professors and shit will farm out grading exams to people who are only recently out of the undergraduate program and know people in the graduate program and are helping them pass the exams and maybe also literally selling everybody the answer keys. So that was already an issue. You add AI to that, that's a big issue. The issue is actually that AI exposed a weakness in industrial scale accreditation. And that's what actually has to be solved. AI in grading or AI in testing could be solved tomorrow. We could solve it tomorrow. But it would collapse our entire higher ed paradigm. It would collapse that entire system where we have one teacher, one instructor teaching 5,000 students. Or more. But 5,000 as an example. That's all AI is doing. AI is basically predating on the idea that one person cannot actually effectively evaluate 5,000 people a year. That's what the AI is exploiting. And none of our solutions to AI are really going to be effective except to address that specific issue. Like, we don't have an AI problem, we have an assessment problem. That was a good attempt at predating. I guess so. But, we have an assessment issue. And we can even do assessment at scale. It's just more difficult. Oh, predating. Yeah, that's what I did with waifu. Predation. Are you a predator or a predator? Dream reference? Oh, no. This has to do with this has to do with how women tend to want to be in, like, the wet foot, dry foot situation. Have you ever known a woman to, like, be dating somebody but not want to say that they're dating someone? I'm sure you have. I'm sure every guy's experienced this. Where there's two people who are clearly dating, and the woman's just like, "No, we're not. He's not my boyfriend. We're just We're just going out alone together, doing things typically associated with dating, but we're not dating. Oh man, I called waifu out on that within 2 weeks. I was like, I am not wasting my fucking time. We are either an item or I am going to find somebody else. I literally told her that. Like, we have been doing boyfriend girlfriend stuff for like 2 weeks now. Shit or get off the pot. I'm gonna go look somewhere else. And guess what happened? Guess what happened? That's what he did too? Excellent. I don't know how it ended up for him, but that was the right move. Regardless of how that ended up, that was the right move. You've gotta have some self-respect, guys. Because she won't suddenly gain respect for you after you put the ring on. The relationship must start with respect. It doesn't come later. It doesn't show up later. And if it does, you've basically changed the relationship anyway. Like, it can show up later, but what you've done is you've taken the old relationship, thrown it out, and started a new one with the same person. Let's see. Oh, this isn't just a children problem. I'm going to transition this back to the article because I'm reading it again. Try to make it to where y'all can read along a little bit. A third anonymous contributor noted, children no longer feel the need to spell as voice-to-text replaces knowledge. Yeah. My spelling has gotten a lot worse as I've aged because of this. And sometimes the fucking voice-to-text just is like, you meant a completely different word anyway. I'm going to use a different word entirely than what you typed. Yeah, they're cooked. That's a phone issue. Don't allow phones in your class. I turn my son's phone off when he does that. Like, I just revoke his access to all his apps when he does that. I don't know why the school doesn't. There are technical solutions for that. I blame stupid finger and bad autocorrect, but yeah, but even when I'm typing on like, and yeah, those are factors. But like, if you get your if your autocorrect's good, it will do this. It did that to me. Because if I'm trying to get 5,000 words out a day, right? Which was my goal for that one thing I wrote. My goal was 5,000 words a day. And the autocorrect is allowing me to type at 120 words per minute as opposed to 90 when I'm manually correcting and checking the spelling of the words. I'm going to start crutching on it, which is what I did. And we've all seen the results. Like, that's not just a kid issue. That's not even an AI issue. Heh. I love writing by hand because there's no red squiggly lines when I'm in doubt. Based, honestly. One of the chief concerns around the use of AI, particularly by young people, is the potential for essential skills. Again, cursive is not an essential skill, so you have to identify positively what those essential skills actually are. And, in this article, I've seen a lot of back in my day kind of thinking about what essential skills even are. They're starting to teach that again. Oh, that reminds me of something. I had... Noodle will like this. There's a lot of things you can criticize, the United States for. And, there's a lot of things you can be like, oh yeah, we're better at this as a country than you are. A lot of that revolves around, demographics, guys. Anyway, don't look into why our infant mortality rate is the way it is. You don't want to look at that data in detail. You really don't, if that's the cross you want to hang Americans on. Let me put that another way. If America led the world in per capita deaths to tobacco, would you blame the medical system on that? Is that the first place you would look? Would you go, oh, America's cancer treatment is bad because they have all these smokers? No, you wouldn't. I want you to keep that in mind anytime somebody brings up infant mortality. Just saying. Like, we're keeping babies alive at 22 weeks preemie. It's not a technical issue. But no, there was somebody in Australia trying to mog me as an American. This was strictly an Australian versus an American thing. On candy. On candy. Like, of all the things to come at me for, you're gonna come after the American on candy bars? Yeah, see, like, that's why I got into the subject, because we're not talking about, like, complicated societal issues. They came at me on candy. So, a fun thing that Aussies and Euros at times don't seem to understand is that our grocery stores are very, very large. They are very, very, very large. And they tend to have 1 or 2 aisles dedicated in every store to international foods. So you know what I was able to do? I was able to just go and grab that Australian candy bar, and I was able to try it. And it is ass. Does anybody here know what violet is? Because it was ass. Really? You're gonna challenge the United States on fucking candy bars? Are you fucking kidding me? It is pretty crazy the amount of corn syrup they're allowed to put in food over there. You know what's really, really funny about that? And this is not a noodle thing. Wait, like in taste? Yeah, like in taste. Do you know what Tough Stuff is? Like the insulation spray foam? We call, there's a famous brand of that called Tough Stuff over here. But insulation spray foam. Yeah, like in taste. But basically, near as I can tell after having one, a violet bar is a chocolate-wrapped, toffee-flavored, Tough Stuff foam. That's what the... Yummy! Yeah, that's what the texture was like of the interior. And I do have to say, the exterior chocolate was no better than anything I can get here. I did not, yeah, why would you ever listen to an Aussie about, first of all, why would you listen to an Aussie about everything? Aussies have the biggest small dog complex I have ever seen. They desperately need to compare themselves to the United States all the time, and I don't know why they feel the need to do that. It's like, first of all, I don't think of you. Second, I think your country's fine. Third, like, I do not see Australia as a competitor, nor do I feel like it's Australia's place to be a competitor to the United States. Like, that's not what y'all are about. Like, hold on, we're going back to the live cam. But, like, they know a lot about legal crime and corruption. It's like, that meme, like, I don't even think of you. But it's like, I think of Australians positively. Like, there's no reason for us to compete. Especially unnecessarily. That is so unnecessary. Coming at me about candy? Like, you think of all things, the United States is not doing candy better than you? I knew another Aussie that was trying to, like, crow about how their contributions to World War II were just as valid as ours. Like, unironically, they thought this. And I'm like, Bro, first of all, they feel inferior about being the second most successful English colony. It must be something like that. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. I don't know what could possess them to be that delusional. It's like, it is okay that you did not build 500 destroyers during World War II. It is okay that you didn't do that. Okay? It is okay that you did not have a single battleship to your name. It is okay that you did not have a single aircraft carrier to your name. It's fine. That wasn't even your war. Like, holy shit. Like, thanks for letting us use your ports and shit. Oh, that was a bro move. But, like, what was your alternative? Join the Axis? Come on. Why can't we just be friends? Why you gotta posture like that? It's not like I was directly responsible for any, like, first of all, that whole war was before anybody's time that we're talking about. So, you're trying to take, like, credit by proxy for something your great-granddad did, which is cringe. Yeah, also, why fight in candy against the country that's stereotypically the fattest? And we weren't the fattest country when we invented all this no, it was you in that dry dock. Yeah. We weren't even the fattest country when we invented all this candy shit anyway. You know what makes us the fattest country? One, it's a little, this isn't the big one this time. It's a little bit demographics. And it is also political will. Because as much as everybody makes fun of us for it, we don't actually allow you to call corn syrup ice cream like they do in the fucking UK. We actually don't let you do that. The UK can call something ice cream with 5% milk fat. We require 10. I'm just throwing that out there. Unnecessary L on the UK's part, and I believe Euro in general. Is like that. Because seed oil as ice cream is vegan friendly or something like that. So they wanted to let them call that ice cream, and now you can call seed oil ice cream with like barely any milk fat in there. We actually don't let you do that over here. You have to call it frozen dairy product if it falls anywhere below 10%. And there's other thresholds for like frozen food dessert, and like we have words for the slop, but you're not allowed to use ice cream. I keep on that note, it's a little frustrating. I keep having to teach my kids and even my wife that there literally is a difference between American cheese and American cheese product. There's actually a difference. They're completely different. You go get a Kraft single, that is a completely different thing than grabbing an actual slice of American cheese, which was invented in Switzerland, by the way. Or was it Poland? Or Sweden? It was one of those three. I don't care enough about those countries to figure out which one. It might have been the Swedes, actually. They took some Emmental cheese. Emmental cheese? Yeah, Kraft singles are demonic. But if you actually know the difference, there actually is a distinction. But I believe it was the Swedes. They did like Emmental cheese and some emulsifying salts, and that is literally what American cheese is. They helped us develop that for World War II. It is cheese. And even the Kraft singles don't have oil in them. But the Kraft single knockoffs are mostly seed oil thingies. Sliced cheese? Is that what you guys... Yeah, it's usually cheddar plus Colby, if it's American cheese. But it has to say American pasteurized... I forget if it's food product. I can tell when I'm in the store because, like, they're all right next to each other. But there's a very specific phrase that they have to call it. But yeah, it's usually cheddar and Colby plus emulsifying salts. But the original version was Emmental cheese. Let me see if I can... Yeah, Emmental. Emmental. Huh. If it's named middle, mild, and extra, you might be talking about cheddar. You might be talking about cheddar. Because that's the only cheese, at least over here, that is marketed by how long it's been, it's definitely not cheddar. Well, then I have no idea what it is. But that's basically the only cheese over here that has, like, that middle, mild, extra, matured, distinction where anybody cares about it. Oh, it was Switzerland. But it might have been Swedes that did it. But yeah, they took Emmental, or Emmentaler, I guess, and they put emulsifying salts in it, and they're like, yep, that's war cheese. But yeah, we use cheddar and Colby. Unless it's like I said, it's like the ice cream. There's all sorts of additional qualifiers you can put on the end of it that nobody reads to like slide into the dairy case. Yeah, it's a dairy Frankenstein. It is not the same. Land O'Lakes American cheese is what American cheese is. If you can get that, that is what actual American cheese is. And it is completely different. Let me see if I can look that up. Like, it's even a different color. And Publix makes it as well. Like, once you know what to look for, it's easy to spot. Let's see. But real American cheese will say the word cheese on it somewhere. Yeah, it's American cheese product, but if it says American cheese food product, that's not American cheese. Yeah, it's a lot less word salad. Um, the Land O'Lakes is like my go-to. If you put those right next to each other, the difference is night and day. Like, it's significantly less yellow, for starters. Yeah, Sargento does a good one as well. Generally the best place to find it is actually in the grocery store's deli case. Not the one that's pre-sliced, but the ones where they have to slice it for you. Fake cheese basically can't be sliced that way. Yeah, the cheese is it's very yeah, it's an actual thing. It's like, oh my god, you're plastic cheese. First of all, that's not even accurate in the worst case. Second, no. Second, just no. Oh, the one you were talking about. Oh, cool. What's the name of it? Oh, very regional. Okay, well then keep that one to yourself. The last time I got cheese, I bought Tillamook block cheddar shred. Oh, nice. 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 I don't know how we got stuck on cheese. But, well, yeah, they were... An Australian was trying to mog an American on candy. On a candy bar, no less. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It was basically just air puffed toffee wrapped in generic chocolate. But the texture reminded me of Tough Stuff. Let me see if I can't bring up Tough Stuff just so chat can appreciate, just so the non-Americans can appreciate what I'm talking about. Are there any images of like the actual foam? Yeah, here we go. Menards has one. There we go. There we go. It's like this. Or the great stuff, yeah. Pretty similar to Emmental. Cool. That's the texture it had. So if you want to talk about plastic cheese, I will talk about your polyurethane candy bars. I will have that fight. I will have that fight every day. I like split it up and gave the rest to my kids just so they could say they had it. It was completely unremarkable. Like, at least things like Stroop waffles are like their own thing. And while I'm not like the biggest fan of Stroop waffles, they are good. And they are like their own thing. Like, we don't really have an equivalent of Stroop waffles. There's like no equivalent. But you're trying to go head to head with me on fucking candy bars. The fucking audacity. Go import you a Babe Ruth. Get back to me. I believe for IP reasons, they're called Baby Ruth. But they're like my favorite peanut chocolate combination candy bar. That's a thing I noticed in that conversation as well. It's like, oh, well, over here we have XYZ. And I'm like, yeah, I've seen that in the international aisle. Have you ever had ABC? And they're like, no, I've never seen that. Some of ABC was like fresh produce, by the way. Just saying. I'm starting to think that grocery stores are not as well stocked in other places. I'm starting to think we have superior selection in our supermarkets. I will be delighted to be proven wrong, but I'm starting to get that impression that we just import whatever the fuck we want, and that other people either don't or can't. Back to this article. Because tariffs and no one wanting to sell our stuff. The tariffs are one way. They tariff our stuff, or at least until the last couple of years, they would tariff our stuff, and we wouldn't tariff any of their stuff. So I can buy literally anything you're talking about, and your governments are like, yeah, tariffs, protectionism, you only eat what's made here. Woo! Well, yes, ours are centralized and much larger. Like, that is a thing, and the reason for that is because of population density, essentially. Yeah, like, cars making it harder for us to sell over there. Yeah. I'm worried I'm going to tariff my penis off if I keep tugging it. Nice. Yeah, the only reason nobody wants to sell our stuff is because if they allowed that, they wouldn't have a domestic thing. See, for the last 40, 50, 60, maybe 70 years or so, everybody else in the fucking planet understood trade protectionism and why that was important, and we didn't. And that's why we suddenly need capacity for shipbuilding and literally don't have it because that industry has basically left the United States entirely, along with all of its institutional knowledge, because more protectionism, and we weren't willing to protect those industries. Hi, INAC, what's up? We were talking about candy bar mogging the rest of the world. Holding a baby and on pain meds. What a combination. Let's go. One of the chief's concerns about the use of AI, particularly by young people, is the potential for, again, you have to define essential skills. A lot of the skills my instructors thought were essential are completely useless now. And again, this is not an AI problem. This is an assessment issue. Bro mogging is unk slop now. No one uses it anymore. True. It's safe to say teachers in the United Kingdom, at least the ones polled for this survey, who see their students every day, are pretty depressed about them using AI in class or doing. That's because they just don't want to teach anything. They don't want to assess anything. They want to hand the kids the Scantron or give them the CBT and just be done with it without any effort on their part. The teachers are going, oh, the solution to this is effort. Wah. And I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not. Not even in the slightest. Computer-based training, Plaus. CBT is computer-based training. I thought everyone knew that. According to the participants of the study, pupils perform worse in problem solving and creativity. Well, yeah, but y'all stopped teaching that way before AI. It is in cybersecurity, Spicy. That's why I make that joke occasionally, because inside of cybersecurity, they use CBT as a shorthand for computer-based training, and I swear to God, the first time I read that in hold on. I gotta move my standee. The first time I read that in this book, hold on, is it too bright? It is. The official study guide for the CISSP exam. The first time I read it there, I about spat my drink out. I'm sure there's more than one CBT in just cybersecurity. Probably is. You're probably not wrong. But it wasn't required for my exam purposes, so I'll just focus on that one. But yeah, the first time I read that, I was like, you either know what you're doing, or you are a sweet summer child. It's also difficult for children to become more independent. Yeah, but y'all shut that the fuck down way before AI. Y'all shut down critical thinking forever ago. Critical thinking was something that was being suppressed when I went to school. What developed my critical thinking was early video games, literally old video games, is what developed my critical thinking. I am not even kidding. Critical ball torture. You either know what you're doing or you don't. Riveting commentary. Yeah, but it's also true. But the school system was suppressing critical thinking, like not just not teaching it, but like actively suppressing it when I was in school. And I only developed it through early video games, which is actually one of the reasons the yellow paint is so bad. That's actually a problem with the yellow paint. Is because, like, video games were like the last place you could hold kids accountable to their critical thinking skills, and now you can't. It's one of the problems I have with, like, the Pixel remasters, because they put yellow paint places. Early JRPGs did a lot of heavy lifting for me in that department. Well, yeah, it's the Rothschild thing of we aren't making geniuses, we are making factory workers. Yeah, but we don't have factories anymore. So what we're doing is we're making people for useless HR jobs. We're actually pretty good at making HR ladies. Our education system is actually pretty good at that. Bullshit jobs. Administrative overhead. We are great at administrative overhead. We have an easily manipulated dependent population. Well, we sure do. Please don't mention HR. Yeah, but it's like the one thing we're good at. We're really good at making people feel important by becoming HR ladies. We should export those. We should export all of our HR ladies until y'all get so, like, you won't be talking, you guys won't be talking about us supporting Israel. You guys won't be talking about our food standards. You guys won't be talking about anything, because what we're going to do is we're going to export our HR ladies, and you will not have the bandwidth to think about anything else but how terrible of a hell that is. You won't have time to free Palestine protest or anything like that. You won't have time to care about Israel because you will be dealing with Karen in HR. And she's going to figure out how to make not knowing your language your problem. Our judicial can't handle all the murders. What makes you think the judicial isn't the first place we'd put the HR ladies? Huh? What makes you think that's not the first place we'd put them? Yeah, export, not deport. Exile. We'll put them on one of those boats that you know, it's still made out of wood, and then they have like the crash landing on some random beach, and we have our exiled HR ladies fighting crabs on the beach for their first XP level. That would just make them less able to handle all the cases. Yes, that's a feature. That's not a bug, that's a feature. Australia too. Yeah. Path of Exile, HR Lady Edition. The single sail raft. Absolutely. We'll just flood your judicial systems with Karens. No, it's not a self-solving issue. Because your domestic, under the Karen judiciary, your domestic population will be punished, and any population that is not domestic will not be punished. My favorite penile colony turned country. Yeah. Karen in HR only holds very specific types of people accountable. So the UK, yes. Yeah. Basically. You can also, you too can experience our Karen culture. We'll export them. Okay, so first thing Karen's going to do, right? First thing Karen's going to do is she's going to make Hershey's chocolate legal to sell in your country. And ban Kinder eggs. That's the first thing Karen's going to do. And Sweden now too, I think. Well, Sweden's been Sweden, yes, for quite some time. But also make them pay tariffs to import the Karens? Absolutely. What was that school in France that's actually responsible for our Karen culture? There's a very specific one. But they will be... There's a very specific school in France that is actually, unironically, literally responsible for our Karen culture. I forget what they're called, but you can blame the French, ultimately. You can blame the French. Oh my god, you listen to the French. Well, yeah, because, like, they help us fight the British that one time, so we give them undue deference on certain things, and, you know, one thing led to another. They gave us a neat statue. The use of AI has serious consequences for skill building and independence, only if it works. Here's the thing. If a kid uses AI to build a working table saw, or even a hobby horse. Let's say a kid uses AI to build a working hobby horse. Why is that a problem? It's not a problem. Because if the kid fails to build the hobby horse because the AI gave them bad directions, it will be plain. It will be plain that the hobby horse isn't working and that they need to adjust something or fix something. And then they'll learn. The problem is when the kids use AI, they pass your bullshit test that isn't actually assessing them properly, and they pass it because it's not assessing them properly. Like I said, this is not an AI problem. This is an assessment issue. When you're dealing with physical objects, the assessment happens automatically. Physics asserts itself. Kid uses AI to build a functioning lithography. Yeah, what would be the problem with that? I mean, the IQ test was invented by the French, so... I mean, you win some, you lose some. No, the problem is that they pass their that your bullshit course is entirely passable on the back of AI and you can't tell the difference. That's the issue, jackass. We are not readying them for flexibility in the future. What the fuck does that sentence even mean? That sounds like a sentence written by AI. This is an AI sentence. No, it's an AI issue because otherwise you would have to change assessment. Duh. He's got me. He got me. Imagine not assessing them on prowess with using AI. I mean, that's actually starting to be a thing, but bro used the LinkedIn speech converter. Yeah, we are not readying them for flexibility in the future. Oh, but god damn, that sounds like a sentence AI wrote. Is starting. Fair. The findings come as the British government found your problem, has pushed for a digital revolution in education. Really? All right, let me tell you what that phrase means. Digital revolution in education means giving the Alphabet Company a lot of money for Chromebooks. That's what that phrase means. Including plans announced in January to develop AI tools that could provide one-to-one learning support for up to 450,000 disadvantaged students. I can tell you one thing. A one-to-one AI is going to teach better than 90% of the teachers I've encountered. I'm just throwing that out there. When I tell my son, when I explain to him how a specific math thing works, and I've explained it a few times, I will tell him to go ask AI to give him some example problems he can work with. And that's more, so far, that combination of thing has been more effective than any of his teachers have ever been in actually learning and retaining knowledge. Than a 1 to 40 teacher? Yeah, or a 1 to 32. That's actually literally no different than a 1 to 500 unless the teacher is playing favorites, which they do. The teachers play favorites. So it's literally like 38 kids won't get any attention, but 2 of them will get all of the attention. But in an even Steven scenario, what we do know is that you can only split your attention with students effectively about 13. So none of our class size amendments, none of our class size laws or rules or guidelines are effective if you can't get them down to 13. Once you're at 40, you might as well be at 500 or 1,000. Like, not even kidding. Just give your kid free access to Twitter. That will teach them quite a lot. Yeah, it might teach them things you might not want them to learn. That might not be a good, what's that word? That's, god damn it, curriculum. It's not a good curriculum, but they will learn it. Including plans announced in January to develop AI tutoring tools that can provide one-to-one. Yeah. Okay, I read that. The findings come as the British government has pushed for a digital revolution. That's the second time they've used that exact phrase. Get them on 4chan and yeah, get them on 4chan. Might not be anything good or true, but they will learn a lot. Yeah. In late January, a plan was announced to trial AI tutoring tools to support children for... Hold on. This is an AI duplication of a point. Am I high? The findings come as the British government has pushed for a digital revolution, including plans announced to develop AI tutoring tools, one-to-one learning, 45... The findings come as British government has pushed for a digital revolution in education. January plan, AI tutoring tool. Oh, well, would you look at that? The editor is asleep. I'm 2 beers in and terrible at editing in the first place. So that's either AI or a retard. Who could have seen that one coming? Like, I know Plaus is having fun with this because, like, Plaus knows the amount of bad you have to be for a buzzed RM to catch that you did something bad in a written work. Porque no los dos. True. But, like, Plaus of all people knows how funny it is that I caught this. Or rather, that you left that in there for me to find. Because you really gotta fuck up. Wait. Is this also... But just 4% of polled teachers strongly agree with the plan for AI tutors, and nearly half are opposed. Well, yeah, because they don't want to be exposed by the AI tutors. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid that they're going to be exposed by the AI tutors for being absolutely shit educators. Especially educators working in special schools. There it is! I wonder what special schools mean. Could that have a specific demographic meaning? Maybe. I wonder why. Students who need tutors often need more than academic support. What the fuck does that mean? I'm against things making me obsolete, said the typewriter specialist. Students who need tutors often need more than academic support. What the fuck does that mean? You're just proving the AI's point that it's better than you. Academic support is what gets you through academics. What are you measuring if you're not measuring academics? Don't answer that. AI will not give them that. But it'll give them academic support. So couldn't you just transfer the labor saved here to the labor for that? Wouldn't that be a good thing? Yeah, the funny part is Nero is right. Wouldn't the labor saved here be able to be reallocated here? Because I know for a fact in the United States that all the people with degrees for this have degrees for this. They're the same degree. Because we train teachers to be child psychologists and not academics. They would actually be more suited to this than this. So if you can have the AI do this, they can do that. Poorly. But this makes no sense. A tutor is for this. Why would a tutor be giving that? That makes no sense. This is for a social worker, not a tutor. You're mad that the AI is replacing you. Surely AI tutoring is just another cost-cutting tool? Well, yeah. Another way to avoid providing schools with funding? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Did you know that the United States provides more per capita per student than almost any other? I think Japan is the only country that provides more per capita per student in public funds than the United States. And that's before you get into the private funds that the United States provides. Because the United States, in the public funding, excludes stuff that they force parents to buy. Like, schools force parents to buy pencils, they force parents to buy paper, like the basic supplies for the classroom. Parents have to buy that, so that's like excluded from our public funding numbers. And we're still like number 2 to like basically Japan and maybe Sweden, and that's it. And not too long ago, we were the most in public funding per capita, period. Just period. How is it so shit over there? Because 90% of the cost increases in education go since 1990 has gone to administrative overhead. Just straight up administrative overhead. Like, basically, almost every dollar that we've put into our education system since 1990 has gone to principals and HR and IT and everything that has nothing to do with teaching. These are public figures. You can go look them up. And that's in addition to, like, outsourcing the basic supplies to parents. So, like, parents pay a significant amount of not just their individual students' supplies, like backpacks and stuff you would expect parents to pay for, but literally the classroom supplies, like markers, glue, I said pencils again, the basic paper, printer paper, all of that shit. Parents could contribute a significant amount. And that's before you get into, endowments and stuff like that. How did middle managers get away with that, bro? They just did. Because the people that did that are way better at setting narratives than the people that were opposed to it. Is the short end of that. Basically they managed to get away with setting the narrative window that if you were against increasing spending on schools in any context whatsoever, that you were against teaching kids anything. And they managed to successfully frame it that way because their opposition is typically and predictably bad at managing narrative at all. What's that phrase that Asmongold says all the time? There's a time coming sooner or later where people are going to have to learn how to tell women no. It has to do with that. However, even if teachers are wary of AI in classrooms, many are in fact increasingly relying on the technology in their own work. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. The survey found that 76% of teachers use AI for day-to-day tasks, up from 53% last year. I kind of mentioned this at the beginning, where it felt very AI for me, but not for thee. Calculators for me, but not for thee. Yeah. Boy. How about that? They just don't want to do work. Just like I said, the solution to this problem involves work, and they don't want to do the work. That's why they're making AI do their work. But when the kids use the AI to do the work that they used AI to make them do, that's a problem suddenly. That's a crisis. Most often, AI is used to create resources. Let me break that down. Create resources means create the instructional material. That means create the worksheets. That means create the assignments. That means create the exams, plan lessons, or manage administrative work. Like IEPs, which are in individual educational plans. Basically, individual improvement plans if you're in the workforce, but for kids, you're required to have those for every single student. What happened to reusing last year's? Your GA sold the answer key for last year's. Thankfully, only 7%... What do you mean, thankfully? Only 7% of teachers said they use AI for grading. Well, it would probably be better than what they're like. This is like the one thing AI would actually do really well. That's actually like one of the things AI would be really great at. Because you know, when you give a kid um a multiple choice question where the real answer actually isn't present in any of the choices, the AI may actually pick that out and be like, "Hey, this question sucks. Do I give the assistant the answer key before the test?" It's not about before the test. They'll give the assistant the answer key after the test, but they'll keep using that answer key for years. But it's been compromised for years because the assistant immediately turned around and sold that to next year's students. Like some of these professors have been using the same exam for a decade, like a literal decade. Here at Cyber News, we've already noticed that people have sort of learned to outsource their brains to AI chatbots. You're not doing yourself favors. And that it weakens our cognitive abilities. Then stop. You can ban it, you know. Cyber News has the ability to. I might stop using this as a source. I'm just saying. And February research, like, sometimes, at least they get me talking. In February, researchers from Microsoft, well, that's worthless, and Carnegie Mellon University, that's more legit, said in a new study that our critical thinking skills were suffering due to over reliance on AI. I say that that's bullshit. I don't think AI's been around long enough for that to show up in the data, first of all. Second, critical thinking skills have been actively selected against in primary and secondary education since I was a kid, so at least 35 years. At least. Probably prior. So I don't buy this. Well, that was fun. Oh god, I remember when this song came out. It was cringe then. I'm going to step away and get some water in for just a second. Critical thinking skills in this context means how much you agree with the news. That's probably true, Plaus. I didn't think about that. You're probably right. That's probably exactly what that means. Because you know people who are using AI 70 at a rate of 79% to make class material don't have a clue of how the fuck to even measure critical thinking. That's for damn sure. Yeah, something by the boat. I will be right back, guys. I'm even gonna hot mic. I want... What's the... Ah... I'm gonna add screen wipes to that. I'm done reading dumb articles for the night, chat. Anybody up for Ship Girls? While we're doing the beach theme? Exclamation mark fish! Let's fucking go. Streaked Spinefoot. I gotta say, cut off jean shorts. Those do look good coming off. They sure fucking do. Why do I got a ping? Why do I have a ping? Holy shit. Oh, that's nice cheese. Oh, look, honey, it's a stick with nothing on it. You guys are great. Fish. Ah, was it? Oh, yeah. Hopefully tomorrow I'll get some better footage. The seagulls were grounded that day because the wind was too strong. I actually have pictures of them, out on the water because the wind was so strong that instead of being, like, on the shoreline at all, it should be nesting season, by the way. They're just floating offshore. You can see them offshore just, like, floating in groups because they don't want to be grounded somewhere a different predator could get to them, I guess. I kind of wanted to talk about orbiters today. Maybe I'll talk about that while Ship Girls is happening. Maybe I won't. I think I'm just gonna chill, but we'll save that for another stream because, like, there's been, like, at least 4 people in my life affected in the last month by not being able to recognize what a fucking orbiter is and what to do about them. We gotta give the ladies the man secrets next week. They seem to need them. Hold up just a second. I gotta get the player going. What's all this green shit? Oh god. So there's a subtle yellow box around raiders in OBS, and it stopped marking the people who got here from Kaviri's raid. But in my stream manager, it's a very different story. Hold up. I gotta figure this out. So if I go to Yap stream, the monitor is on, that's good. I think I'm gonna use my Fugi for this part. kind of him to send me over here while I was AFK. My son's sending me things. Okay. So we're gonna... I doubt you can hear that yet. I'm gonna turn Spotify off. And I want to show you what the chat looks like in Twitch's internal tool at the moment. It's fucking all green. They have to turn on desktop audio for you to hear. -30's kind of loud. That's kind of quiet. -42? That's probably good. What? What? The green? It's obnoxious. Oh, let me change my category to Azure Lane. I'm pretty sure there's an actual category for that. Yep. Done. Oh. Oh, could you not hear me? Hi! Is the sound on Azure Lane good now? Bro, what? Like 5 minutes brain delay? That's Twitch's issue. Okay, this might be a very American thing, but the only thing that I think of when I see Shinano's leg swinging like that is swinging from an oak tree. The what was from the very start. I am confusion. You'll have to explain that in context later after stream or something, or tomorrow, because I know it's late. Yes. I guess that is an American thing. You know, like lynchings. Or even, actual judicial hangings from an oak tree. I've got commissions, yay! We literally have trees in America that are oak trees or pecan trees called the courthouse oaks that they plant in front of, or that they built the courthouses in front of, so they didn't have to, yeah. Just used to use oak trees for that in the South. We didn't have proper gallows sometimes. Let's see. I need to pull Yorktown 2 out of that so I can give her stuff. So I'm gonna do this one, use same fleet, and then I'm gonna pull Yorktown out and add a different UR. We'll do Shinano. Start. Ooh, 1200 oil? Ugh. I'm starting to get a little slim on that. Holy URs! Yeah, I haven't been investing in them like I should, so I've started to fix that. Like after the stream with Curious, I suddenly became motivated to start fixing my laziness. Yeah, it does show you haven't been playing for 4 years. That'll do. Alright, I'll put Trafalgar back here. Maybe we can... Nope, her blue skill's the only one left, so I've got to use that book. But that does mean Trafalgar's basically done cooking. My research is not going well. I do have some bonus oil I can get. Because what I want to do here... That's Fleet 1. I tore it apart for reasons. So in Fleet 1, what I want to do is I want to add... Okay, Lexington's in Fleet 2, so I want to use Fleet 2 for that then. What I want to do is I want to add Yorktown. And start grinding out some cash and some levels. And also for what do you mean non-themed fleets? Those aren't themed fleets are not even good anymore. That's how far the meta has come. Themed fleets are not even good anymore. That's in Fleet 1, that's fine. I'm just trying to find anybody who can level it up, throw them in this fleet. Oh, never have been. Well, you made it sound like... You made it sound like I needed to be. Maybe Plymouth? From Fleet 4? Yeah, that works for me. Themed fleets are just for the love of the game. That's true. Like this one? Like this one? Yes. Good. I forget who's the better tank there, but that's fine. That's... I forgot about the birthday cake, or not the birthday cake, the wedding cake. But, neither of those two are good tanks, but they'll do fine. Anyway, we can go to World... I'm not sure if they can hack World 12.1. We will not use auto search. Okay, Fleet 2 is... Alright, Fleet 2 is good. So I need... Okay, yeah, Fleet 4. And we'll take off 2x. Just because this is... I need to see if the carrier fleet can hack it in here. I'm not so sure. Like, levels are a big thing. Like, the flagship is like level 75. And that might be an issue. The gear shouldn't be an issue. I geared up Yorktown and Lexington, but Yorktown's skills are still all at level 1. So that could be an issue. And they don't have a healer. This is a very aircraft heavy level. Just change flag then? Probably. That seemed alright. They might not be able to, like, go all the way with the with the boss, but they seem to be able to mob all right. Helena Meta's so yandere. He's like my measuring... Helena Meta is like my measuring stick. If you're not as yandere as Helena Meta, you're not a yandere. Did that double proc? Jesus Christ. Okay. That was unnecessary. I'll take it. Pop. I mean, her personality is kind of just how she looks. Like, it's self-explanatory. Yeah, ass flashbang. That's Yorktown 2. That's the skin I bought with the gems that my friend bought me for the specific purposes of getting skins. If Yorktown 2 had her skills, she might end up being MVP, and that could be a problem. 6K what? Oh, yeah. That's what, 4 more skins I can pick up? Roughly. I haven't found any, like, that I particularly want, so I'm just holding on to it. I guess they are low level except for Helena Meta, so she's just gonna keep getting the MVP. That could be an issue. "31 knots of justice!" Yeah, Yorktown 2, is still a very strong choice. Like, there are other ships that have been power crept a lot harder. Like the gunnery only battleships have been power crept pretty bad. Like, I don't think Bismarck Zui is even in the top 4 anymore. My subs shouldn't be supporting. Are they supporting? That's a Rip Bozo moment, if they are. Oh, I guess they are. I didn't even notice. Yeah, I don't know why I have them. Because, yeah, I am... Well, I'm not actually low on oil. I'll show you something in a second. Like, I'm theoretically low on oil. But they're not doing anything except, getting pity XP in the first place. Even at level 1 on all of her skills, it feels like when Yorktown sends out planes, she sends out a shit ton. I did gripe about it earlier, you're right. Whee! Let's see how they do with 0 ammo. Not nearly as well, that's for sure. And because of her level, Bismarck is taking a bunch of damage. But it looks like it'll be fine. Yeah, they're okay. Very subtle. Do I go for the boss? Fine. This is probably a mistake. I think if I swapped out... Well, I don't think. I know if I swapped out Zwei or Unicorn, there would be no issue at all. But it looks like they're getting through it anyway, to be honest. Yeah, they'll just get through this without losing a ship girl. Barely. Ploymouth almost ate it. It wouldn't have even been close with Unicorn. Oh yeah, that's the Yorktown 2 skin. I'm not sure you saw that earlier. But in storage, I have like 128,000 spare oil from mail, because resources you get from like Apology Mail now goes into like this storage area instead of straight to up here. So if I wanted to grab like 5,000 oil out of here real quick, I could. I kind of like to save that in case there's an event that I just need to grind the fuck out of, but usually morale is a bigger bottleneck than the oil in the first place. How are we doing in Operation Siren? We've got 45. It's criminal Queen Elizabeth hasn't gotten a retrofit yet. I agree. I agree with that. Especially when Warspite got a retrofit from SR to UR. Warspite's actually Warspite's up there right now. Warspite's way up there. We'll go to that one. Make it so that it's a secured zone. I love how when you do the AI, it immediately, like, weakens your fleet by grabbing the Meowficer pads and then immediately getting into a fight, instead of doing all the fighting and then grabbing the loot. Like, what do you mean all these shitter grays have retros but not Elizabeth? I thought retrofits, when they were originally bought out, or not bought out, when they were originally a thing, were to solve the gray problem. But I do agree that the leader of the Royal Navy being purple is kind of a joke. I think she's one of the few cases where her meta is strictly an upgrade. For most ships, that's not true. Like, Helena got a retrofit from purple to gold. She's a staple of any boss fleet, really. Like, any boss fleet where you can fit something as frail as her. But they're, like, still completely dog shit. It depends on what phase of the game. Like, Nevada is a good early retrofit for early game. And is therefore, I would say, more useful than a lot of retrofits that are meant to, like, be in mid-game, but aren't very good for very long, or just aren't good at all. Like, I got to World 12 with Nevada still in my back line. And you need to level them to 85 to retrofit. Yeah, those ones. I think Nevada has a more useful, and by extension Oklahoma, because they're identical ships. But, it is expensive early on because you have to be able to do hard stages. Which is why Downs was a really good early retrofit, because she wasn't expensive. Because all I had to do to start getting materials for Downs was be able to do any of the first hard stages. Because Destroyer blueprints come from the TAC 1 stages. So I got her pretty damn early. But yeah, generally retrofit, like, it took me forever as a new player to get Unicorn retrofit. And that's a huge retrofit. Like, taking Unicorn from blue to purple, or was it purple to gold? Unicorn's basically dog shit without her retrofit, basically. And then she's like EX tier. Then she's EX tier once you've retrofit her. Like, she's still considered EX tier for mobbing. Like, nobody's passed her yet. Nope. Shoho's below her. Because Shoho's heal takes a while to happen. And Unicorn's comes out immediately. So if you're doing a lot of stages where you basically instantly blow them up, her healing never comes out. Oh, you used her first. Okay, okay. I never got Shoho to drop until, like, much, much later. Like, I didn't get Shoho to drop until after New Jersey was in my fleet. It was sad. Like, by that point, all of Unicorn's gear was plus 10. I'm not even kidding, dude. I know she's blue. RNGesus just said no. I got a shit ton of Suffolks, though. It's like, nah, you can't have Shoho. Have more Suffolk. This game has gotten so goony. Like, it was a little gooner before. You know, by my standards. It was a little gooner before. But after Brown Dust 2 came out, they have really been pushing it. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna illustrate that after this stage. We'll go through the current limited skins. I don't want any of them because I don't use any of the ships that, like, they go with. But it's crazy. I'm illustrating it with the loading screens. Oh, the loading screens are tame compared to how it's gotten. I'll be real, if somebody showed up with New Jersey's wedding dress, I'd be like, there's no way that's comfortable, babe. You cannot wear the thong to the neck if you don't want to. Like, are you really gonna walk down the aisle like that? I mean, okay. I guess the chaplain's gotta do his job either way, you know? Lots of ventilation. That's such an interesting mechanic to me. Soyuz does not freeze things when she fires her guns. She freezes things when her guns reload. And there's a tiny delay between those two events. So what just happened there was she reloaded her guns, froze everything, and then New Jersey shot first. She is pretty covered from the front, but that's not the angle they show her from. And all of the guests are going to see her from the back when she's walking down the aisle, you know? Like, she's, at that point, she's not even showing her ass to me. She's showing her ass to all of our families. And, like, not to me. The slut. Weird dress. Oh, from a heat management angle? Like, yeah, if you want to tackle it that way. Oh, hi, waifu, what's up? You... It's like she would show up just to say that. He would. Oh, hey, Neptune's turn. I love that the auto collection thing can deal with everything except the double pads. Yeah, I noticed you were really fucking late. You're gonna have to tell me about that later. Oh, now what is it doing? Is it enhancing my stats? I really don't need it. No, it's just getting into another encounter for no reason. That's fantastic. Alright, what'd I get? Garbage! I did get a gold plate, I guess. And some AP. It was a level 5, though. I'm accustomed to getting more than one gold plate from a level 5. I should do a hop siren. The voices. Yeah, I actually made 2 New Jersey guns today because I forgot I was sitting on all those Ot Siren resources. And New Jersey's gun entered the tech shop, I want to say the last year sometime. Early, but it was last year. Smash it open. I don't really need the augments at this point. Oh, I got cubes. If we go to skins, I mean that one's not bad by modern standards. I'm sure since it's L2D, it has ways for it to get worse. But this one just starts out worse. You're so fucking lost on tech and gear at the yeah. Gear has gotten insane. But yeah, that's just a normal skin now. Yeah, it's only animated. It's not even L2D. That one's also just animated. Come on. Come on. That's just straight up pornographic. This one is somewhat pornographic. This one is just straight up pornographic. See, that's softcore. That is only technically softcore. And the reason for that is that they just strictly did not draw her nipples where they should be. That one's okay. That one reminds me of, like, old style skins. But when they're charging 880 gems for a skin like this, and then 180 more gems gets you either of these, and then just like a little under 200 more gets you this, or this, why would you do these? Many such cases of just not drawing the nips. Wifey's streaking in chat. And then that one's 1200. That one is 1180. Bro, the dock space that gets you? Yeah, that's true. This is after I bought a skin in dock space, by the way. That's one of the reasons I'm holding on to this, in case I pull enough that I feel like expanding my dock again. What skins do I even have right now? Like, TB's just there because TB's there. That's Shinano's skin. I could give Shinano her other skin that I have for her. In fact, I think I prefer it. And because today is, like, Beach Island Day... There. That's not sus at all. Let's see... I may have spent money on skins, but it wasn't my money. I'm sitting on 332 dock space and 1 or 2 rings bought with my free gems. Yeah, I'm actually about the same place. I'm at 368. And I do have a spare promise ring. It's funny that they call them promise rings. Because over here, promise ring means something completely different. promise rings are seen as pretty low class. / cringe. Do I have any Iron Blood boxes? I have uses for those. 13? Sure. Gamba. Oh, that is ass. I needed the gold version of this. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I think except for this gun as a space holder, the rest of these just go to the garbage. Actually, this one does too. Oh no, wait, I can gear lab that. Never mind. I can gear lab that. A spare Jersey gun, a spare this gun. I need to level that. I'm out of plates. Feeling like pregnant Sonic. Why? Oh, fuck, I have 8 of these. But they upgrade into this thing. And that's pretty cool. A lot of my ships are running +6 purple poverty gear. Yeah, a lot of mine are too. I've just only recently started to fix that. Oh look, they didn't draw the nips again. The half transparency here is crazy. I don't know how the age rating organizations let them get away with that. That is clearly just translucent. Stop making those noises, Shinano. Just go to sleep. I don't like you like that. They didn't see it. There's no shot. I did my daily raids. Yeah, I guess it's back to the main campaign. What did that take my fleet down to, actually? Build, retire. Let's retire all. And the rest can be used for enhancements later. I'll go to the dorm. What's everybody's morale at max? There. Okay, everybody's morale is maxed. Oh, wait, I didn't make sure Yorktown was in here. Because she was out on assignment the last time I tried to put her in. Yeah, Yorkie's not here. I'm gonna replace Azuma. That could have been a big mistake. They didn't see it. That should be fine. And that should be my fuel for tonight. And then we'll wrap that up. Or at least my free fuel. I mean, I don't buy fuel. I meant fuel for my reserves. My strategic oil reserve. The US gets giga-mogged by every other faction. You mean like aesthetically? Because right now they have a lot of ships in top tier positions. And by every other faction, I mean Germany. You mean the Iron Blood, right? Totally not Germany? Yeah, I think Germany just mogs everybody in aesthetic, and Northern Parliament's a close second, only because they're just ice Germany. Like, if you prefer ice to fire, Northern Parliament's going to be your best aesthetic faction, because they're just ice Germany. And I'm about it, honestly. The Northern Parliaments, they look real good. What were they thinking when they made that banner? I mean, I know what they were thinking. Or rather, I know that they weren't thinking with the head that has higher elevation. Yeah, there's a reason I'm leveling Bismarck, like, let's be real. Like, Bismarck's wife fucks. Hey, wait a minute. The wrong one of you is doing the wrong content. I got the rolls backwards. While standing upright. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. While vertically oriented. Quiet, Vogue. All right, after that fight, I can fix it. That cancels my repeated sortie, but I don't want them autoing the wrong thing. That was a giant golden horse. It's a lion. But yeah. Even their grays look good. Like, there is not a gray US ship. That's a Griffin. Maybe. There's not a gray US ship that looks this good. Not a single one. Well, I mean... that's very British. Like, the lion and the unicorn is kind of a whole heraldry kind of thing. Oh, look! My wife is playing TCG Card Shop Simulator. Who could have guessed? You got the kids addicted to that, by the way. Yeah, you did. I cannot even see what is happening. That other ship is just having everything happen to it all at once. Oh look, I got downs. Alright, we gotta fix the rolls here. Y'all do. And then formation, we clear the subs out. Oh god, what was that? Oh cool, follower goal. Nice. We're up to 40 now. Sweet. Appreciate the follow. That was way too. I really gotta get a lot of these off of their defaults. When I did like my first, when I did my first alert. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Commander. When I did the first one, I didn't know that the alert box brought all of the default alerts with it. So I got jump scared. Let's see. That's 1184 without the subs. And it's 1184 with the subs. And the reason for that, Noodle, they might have done this since the last time you actually played the game, is that from level 9 onwards, there is an oil cap for each run that you cannot exceed no matter what is in your fleet. And I have hit that cap. So it doesn't matter if I add the subs or not. Anyway, yeah, we're just gonna wrap up these next 2 runs. And then we'll call it an evening. And then next week on Friday, that was there back then too? Okay. Because I see some players talk about that like that's a recent thing, but it seems to also be years old. Do I have Maya yet? I do not. Not that I know about. Sometimes I just kind of snooze through a banner and like pull shit. And I end up with ships I don't realize I have. After these 2 runs, I'll check if I have it. If it's a UR, I don't. Oh no, clearing mode existed back then, but the oil cap past level 9... Probably. Oh, okay, not a banner ship. Okay, I have no idea. We'll see. 9-4. Okay. Favorite of yours? But the generally my streams are about cybersecurity and security related topics, but like if I exhaust that and my throat's feeling tired, I'll switch to gaming. Oh yeah, I also did my time in the Fox Mines. I was even told not to, but I did it anyway. I did it anyway. Yeah, next week we'll go over... Kaga was it? Yeah, I got them in the opposite order. I got them Kagi and then Kaga. The funny thing is, with their upgrades, Hiryu and Shoryu are actually a little bit better now. And I think they they appear in earlier stages. But I don't think they're worth anything without their retrofits. So there's something to be said for that. But I did do the Fox Mines early on. I did not leave 3-4 until I had the foxes. Yeah, but they're cringe. Fair enough. I mean, pretty much all of them blew up at Midway anyway. Pretty sure only Kaga escaped that one. Akagi was a one-hit wonder. And I want to say Shoria was also a one-hit wonder. It takes one bomb, dies. That's why you purge your fuel lines. But I know Akagi was sunk by one bomb. Due to secondary explosions. Did Blucher do anything other than get sunk by pensioners in Sweden? No, not really. Yeah, I'm in 13 something. I forget which one. I think I'm actually on 13.4. But I'm just leveling these up right now. And collecting currency. Oh look, Helena. Again. That's some medals at least. Whee. What am I talking about next week? Because it's not strictly cybersecurity related. But for VTubers it kinda is. I do kinda want to talk about the orbiter problem. Because they don't seem to be able to figure that out. But there was something else I was thinking of. It'll probably come to me over the course of the next week. But yeah, I'm here every Friday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Or 2300 Zulu. I'm working on Miss Superior. Oh god, Marco Polo. Oh jeez. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. She's actually really good, isn't she? I forgot. I know she was at one point. I'm not sure how she does on the tier list these days. One day, Yorkie 2 is gonna start getting MVP, and that's gonna get awkward with that skin. No more awkward than the banners, though. Jesus. No problem on that end. Fair enough. I'm actually resolving some old backlist stuff because I've been doing waifu over meta, so I'm sitting on like a bunch of URs that are just better than anything I use, and I've had them for a long time, and I've just never leveled them, skilled them, equipped them, and I'm fixing that right now. Oh yeah, you're set. You're set. Like today, I was doing Opsai, and even though I have Jersey, I had 0 Jersey guns, and I've just been very lazy about Opsai, so I decided to check how many UR gun plans I had, and long story short, I went from 0 to 2 Jersey guns today. Laziness, my eternal foe. We meet at last. Yeah, like Bisco's Y is... he's not even level 80 yet. I guess I could fix that, actually. I do have the books. But what I'm looking for is I need to get to 27,000 coins so I can fully limit break Yorktown 2 tonight. That's what I'm after. Yeah, I agree, Commander. It's been hard to focus. Opsai can also be a really big time sink at the beginning of a month. Like, I do not regularly do my Opsai. Some months I'm just like, oh, dude, fuck it. Because if you're doing all of your dailies, like if you're doing all of them, that's like a half hour every day. And that's without doing your meta coordinates. Like, if you exclude your meta coordinates, there's like a half hour of dailies. So if you're also doing your meta coordinates, it can be a bit grindy. Opsai is just like, I have a low opinion of it. It's just too grindy for me. Or for my lifestyle, I should say. I think if this was like my main game, like if I unironically played AL as like my main actual game and not as like a game I play on the side, I wouldn't feel that way. But I don't know anyone who does that. That's fair enough. Let's see, what am I down to morale-wise? I'm still at 106, 96, 108. I should be able to do one more boosted run, and that should get me to the coins that I need. Yeah, that absolutely will. Okay. One more 12-1. Make sure the rolls are set properly. Go. Did that back when you started, got burnt out on Opsai. Yeah, Opsai is a choice, and many months I'd make the choice to not. Sometimes it really just depends on which SR meta is available. But the last couple of SR metas that I did grind out, I reminded myself of why I don't do that. Oh, you got... Oh, yeah. Well, Opsai is even more burnout. Opsai's... You gotta type in all caps, because I can't read. Like... I can't show you, but I can kind of walk you through what kind of grind Opsai can be, in addition to the grind, in addition to the dailies you were already doing when you got burnt out. And then your reward for that is something like Paimon Meta or something. Oh boy. I know, that's why I'm doing it. Smile. Opsai is actual gameplay, though. Relatively. Yeah, but that's also kind of the problem with it, because when you add that to your dailies... Yeah. I have 2 Tanaris from redeeming blueprints and getting blueprints from the... Or Tanari... Or Tinrise. That, yeah, that plane is stupid good. It's busted. Yeah. The pancake. Or no, wait. Not the pancake. The other one. They're both really fucking good. I have 0 pancakes. My carrier situation is god-awful for the amount of time I've been in this game. I like my guns literally to a fault, and it's like, I'm fixing that right now. You prefer Bearcat? Valid. I still like Pancake, though. Pancake looks weird as fuck. It's got that going for it. It's just strange. It's like, why would you build this? Why would you build this? It's a flying pancake. Anything with a prox fuse is going to mog the fuck out of it.
Hey!
Yes, that is my Discord pings. I forgot to turn on streamer mode so it wouldn't do that. But yes, those are mine. This game does not like to be captured in the way that other games are fine being captured. Because of how BlueStacks interacts with it. Usually I'm not running desktop audio at all, but I have to for this one. So usually if Discord pings happen, y'all can't hear them, so I leave them on. But when you're capturing this game, you have to capture either the whole window or like the whole monitor. You know, I think at one point they're going to, because there's lines they've crossed that I thought they weren't going to cross, like DDGs. That seemed odd. That seemed like an odd thing to include. Because like DDGs are Korea, like they're Korean War era, and even then they weren't great DDGs. We didn't get good DDGs until much later. The pirate ships are great. I love those. They're a little weird. I don't think they're as weird as the DDGs. Now, like the the American Type 2s with all their drones and stuff. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't add jets if you're adding drones to everything. They are the Anshan class ships, but like, those were not good. But like, if the Type 2, yeah, literally ships from the future, so I don't know, like, maybe they add the first jet from Iron Blood, because that's from the era, right? Maybe they add some of the Korean-looking jets. But I think it eventually is going to happen before they end of service the game. Like, we literally already have drones. Oh, why don't they have F-15s? Everything's aesthetic anyway. Explain why cannonballs work at all. Cannonballs shouldn't work. Let's see, I'll go to... Where was that? Academy. Duh. Losing my fucking mind here. Then I go to monthly, and then I go to prototype. Looking at you, Fargo's delivery drone. And yeah, and then you have, Lappy 2's Bun Bun Strikers, that's the same thing. And then you've got Indiana's and Guam's, like, literal Gundam mechs. They have Gundam mechs. I need 3 of you. Alright, cool. And I can give those to Yorkie. Oh no, not my input code. Don't look, guys! Don't look at my input code. You might be able to use my Boolin. Oh, I actually didn't have to do that run. Oops. 539085. Guam's gun is big. Yeah, it is. Guam is from a really strange class of ships. Like, the Alaska class is a strange... What the fuck? Sauce 3. The Alaska class is a strange class, because, like... If you don't know who Ching Li is, he's basically the god of battleship gunning. And the Alaska class was basically supposed to be little Iowas with Iowa's guns, like with Iowa's armament, but like with, you know, a battle cruiser kind of layout. By Washington Naval Treaty standards, the Alaska class would be battleships. But by the end of the war, they were considered battle cruisers. And Ching Li is like, yeah, cancel the gunships, we need more carriers. Like, fucking Ching Li is like, yeah, the age of gun is over, build more carriers. Cancel the Alaskas. So that was interesting. But yeah, if you go to, like, Guam... Let's see... Inspect... I can't even fit her. Is that a... Do we count that as a jet plane? Is that just a tail or whatever? Yeah, it's just a tail. But like, this whole thing is like a fucking Gundam. What the fuck is an aviation battleship? Those are real. Those are real. They weren't effective, but they did exist. Well, yeah, the Washington Naval Treaty was basically for England to kind of pull the ladder up behind itself. That's effectively what it accomplished. Even though it was the most restricted by the Washington Naval Treaty, it still ended up pulling the ladder up behind it, essentially. And we're like, yeah, we're the big dogs on the ocean now, and none of you are allowed to come close. Even though the stated purpose of the treaty was basically like the opposite of that. The net effect was basically that. And then Japan's like, fuck that. We're gonna do our own shit. And then everybody started drawing up blueprints for non-treaty ships. I have a spare Guam gun, that's why Guam has hers, and she's not powered up at all. It's like literally just sitting here. But yeah, she has a giant-ass mech, Indiana... Indiana has a giant-ass Gundam as well. There was more than those two. More than those two had the giant mechs, I think. Allow. Screw you, auto filter. We're allowing that one. So yeah, if I sort by Eagle Union, and then I sort by basically gunships. Oops. Did Constellation have a mech? No. Constellation had the wings. Was it just those two? Fargo is also a Wingaling ship. And so is Laffy 2. What about Pasadena? He's kind of a Wingaling ship. Yeah, she's got the wings. Maybe it is just those two. I could have sworn there was one more big mech ship. West Virgin. Common Eagle Union L, boring rigging. I'm not gonna argue that one. You're absolutely correct. The Gundam fan in me really likes Indiana and Guam though. I'm gonna stand those two. But yeah, basically. I like the dragon rigging. This one has big, meaty claws. And it speaks to me. Pittsburgh is Mr. Krabs. If they do a rerun of her Wild West skin, I'm getting that. I trialed that. I trialed that when it was new, and that one was a really good one, but I didn't have gems at the time. My buddy had not taken pity on my free-to-play ways yet, and I had to pass on it. But if her Wild West skin comes back, I'm picking that up. But yeah, she's got the big meaty crab claws. I'm a fan of those. She's also a sex pest like my real wife, so it's kind of... She's really compatible with me. I'll finish that commission. I miss when skins were just fucking classy. Kearsarge equals botchy. Oh, right, you asked if I had Maya yet. Nope. Well, not with my filters. Hold on. Boop, 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 boop. That's a no. I might have to pick Maya up. It's not like 9-4 is a hard stage for me to grind. But yeah, Kearsarge. Do you just also have big wings? Yeah, you've got more... I think this was supposed to, like, all the wing ships from the future were supposed to give, like, Wing Zero vibes. And I guess they sorta do. But I like the explicit Gundams on Guam and Indiana. Yeah, Kearsarge's default skin is just good. Oh, I can zoom in. Yeah. Kearsarge's default skin is just fucking good. I don't know why I would buy a skin for her. Like, just animate the default one. It's fine. You like Bunny? Like, I'm not gonna fault a Bunny. Bunny outfits are great. But, like, low-key, if you just L2D'd the default skin, it's already mostly transparent. It's already exposing the cum gutters. It's already got translucency here. Like, it's already doing all the work. It's just not animated or anything. That's literally it. But yeah, I'm doing catch-up on her right now, because she's actually also pretty good. Let's see. I own all New Jersey skins. Nice. She has quite a few. Yeah, she has that one, and that one, and that one. That one, I think, is newish. I'm just not a big skin person, because that is definitely how they would get my wallet. If I break that seal, it is over. If I break that, I can say no. I've got the Constitution. If I break that seal, it is over for me. I'll spend other people's money on skins, but not mine. I gotta keep the seal intact. Race Queen is really good. Oh yeah, I was talking about, like, the classy skins. So if I go to Nevada, they actually gave her a really nice skin for free. Like, it's not animated or anything, but that's a classy lady. That's not bad for a free skin. Hi, Snacks. I was just about to wrap up. No pun intended. I still have gear on her. Why do I still have gear on her? Why did I do the purple pencil to 10? The world may never know. Why did I do the purple Bofors to 10? Like, this gun, you can take this gun to 10 or 11, and that's not an issue, but these two? Why'd I ever take those to 10? Whatever. Her Race Queen skin is LTG+, so there's a toggle where her ass is directly on the race car window. That's great. I love that. I love that. I didn't even level her Vice Defense all the way to 10. I was already done with her. It's not a great skill, to be honest. Like, what does it get up to? A 10% chance to decrease by half, so that's effectively a 5% damage reduction when you work out the math. That's not great. Yeah, and a 30% double damage. Absolute maggot skill. Yeah, when you retrofit her, she gets the 30% double damage, which is mathematically just a 30% damage buff. And, yeah, like I said, I took her all the way to tier 12 with that. And used her in Op Siren that way for a while. I don't know why she still has gear, though. She shouldn't. And then they released Nevada Meta. She's not much better, but she is hot. But she doesn't really have any skins for her, so... She's just an elite, but, like, she got... a self FP accuracy buff, a barrage, but it's not a guaranteed barrage. I don't like those. But there's a lot of top tier ships that have skills like this. It's just like their other skills are also good. I don't like increasing the evasion of backliners. I don't really see the point in that. When the ship takes damage, 20% damage by 50%, so that's double the effect of Blue Nevadas. Once per battle, when she falls below 30%, restores 20%. So she basically gets Downs' zombie skill. Again, I don't see how useful that is on a backliner. Because for that to be effective, you've got to be putting her in content where you just should not be bringing an elite level ship. Like, if she's getting blown away enough to use her zombie skill, the rest of your backline is also getting blown away enough that they might need shit. So, like, why would you do that? I had to get Nevada meta on principle, though. And I like Helena meta. I don't know who doesn't. I like that Yandere bitch. But it's time for us to go. I've got to get to bed. Hopefully I've got an early morning at the beach tomorrow. And then I will see y'all next week on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll talk more Cybersec, and maybe we'll do more Azure Lane, but we might do FF6. I haven't decided yet. But I'll see y'all. Yep, go the fuck to sleep.